What's up, everybody? Getting started in a second. Okay, oh, I have it. Wait, I'm trying to pin my things really quick, so let me do that. Okay. No, get this. Oh, man. You keep wanting, like, another day, man. I'm like, oh, today I'm gonna start, like, on a happier note. And here I'm trying to pin stuff, and it's just like, keep getting windows thrown my way and little pop-ups and little chats that need to. They have nothing to do with what I want to do, right? It's just like, dude, I'm streaming. Let me get to what I gotta do. But instead, they're all like some kind of Crunchyroll. Like, I get points for subscribing to Crunchyroll, and it's let me do my thing, man. Please. And, all right, and here we are on YouTube. I should keep these windows open, anyways. But no, because like YouTube, what happens with YouTube is if my video ends, my stream ends, and I'm on it, it's gonna start playing other videos. And if I want to turn that off, then I won't be able to turn on autoplay for the other shit that I want to watch. I don't know, man. Anyways, I'm pinning these. I'm gonna start over from the beginning on this playlist with "I'm Ready" by Kano. Right? Yep. Because that is what we're listening to. We're listening to the. Why isn't it showing my playlist here? I'm listening to my books playlist that I used to have on my iPod back. Yeah, iPod back in the day. Where we at? 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 But anyways, I'm starting on the first track. Playlist is in the description. It's called Bugs. Let me check my. Okay, see, this is annoying. Incredibly annoying. Like, my Streamlabs won't update my description. I keep putting in my description in Streamlabs, and it resorts to an old one. Right? It resorts to like yesterday, so now it's talking about line art. I'm like, no, dude, it's colored. I typed it in. I typed it in the description box, and now it's not showing up on my description. It's like, dude, what the hell's happening over there at Streamlabs, man? Like, I wrote them a letter about it yesterday, or an email about it yesterday, and they haven't written back. It's like, dude. Can I update my thing on the fly? Like, how can I edit this? My channel. Is there any place on here where I can update my description? Alright, let's see if we can go here. Man, dude, it sucks, man. Because it's like you pay a lot of money for this software. And I'm literally like writing it in the thing, in the description box. Because right here, I can even copy, because what I've been doing too is like, I've been writing it out and copying it and pasting it into a notepad. And then, um, you know, because this has been happening so often lately and it sucks, man. I really wish instead of saying, hey, man, we could do AI to write it for you. We could do this, we'll get AI to do it for you. It's like, dude, just get the description box to work the way it's supposed to work. The rest I can handle. I'm a human being, man. I can write copy, and if it sucks, it sucks. Big fucking deal, man. But, like, you know. So, let me make sure these playlists are pinned. I'm sorry again. It's always just going to be. It just feels like it's forever going to be a work in progress because there's always something that, like, changes or breaks. Right? And, but anyways, Here we are, man. Because otherwise, I'm excited because like I was able to um finish the line art for Gundy yesterday after the stream, right? And not only did I finish that, but I also wrapped this guy up too. Like, did some little detail work, right? So now, his turn. He's got, you know, a shadow and a highlight. I may have broken some of my rules, such as like keeping the highlights to like one side. Although I didn't put a shadow down either, so I guess that works. But I kind of like this cool like rim light that it kind of had, this Wally Woodish style. No, there's Herman. You okay, buddy? You warm? Oh, big yawns. I don't know if you heard that. Come here, buddy. What are you doing, Stretchy Pie? Come here. Come here. Oh, big stretches. Big stretches. Good Spanky kisses? Yeah. There he is, annoying Spanky. So anyways, alright. So I was able to, and I think this is going to go pretty quick, so I'm also kind of wondering how I'm going to fill out the rest of the time. Maybe I'll do some drawings of Gundy in different poses and expressions. Yeah, man, I hate like starting off on rant like I have been basically on every stream, but it's like once you figure something out, it always seems like there's something else that kind of comes up, and um, it's like a bowling ball just thrown at your legs, right? Okay, so I do want to make some changes to this now that I'm looking at it, because he needs his little chunks taken out of his feet, and I think, man, I mean, I like this shape better than this shape, right? In terms of the heel and the sole. So, let's see. All right. So since we're going to move on to color in a second. And for color, I've already decided, like, I want to keep this color scheme. So that's another thing that's going to be a little simpler, right? Let me see if I can. Yeah, he's in here somewhere. Okay. I'm going to copy that. Man, I should have used this for the rough one, but oh, it's locked, that's why. Alright. So anyways, I think I'm gonna try to keep something similar to that. I might tone it down just a little bit. It might not be so saturated. But let's do this guy down here for now. You okay, Herms? Let me see. You're off camera, buddy. You're hardly on camera. There you go. What's up, bud? How's my friend? Oh, thank you, buddy. Doing okay, bud? Alright. The Herms. The big Herms on campus. So, if I'm gonna... I want to fix this. I'm gonna create a new layer here. So I'm gonna put it up above. Because I don't have his little chunks missing. But I almost think that it should be somewhere about here. Make sure this is in the proper order. Yep. So we're on track 2 now of the playlist. So I think I don't even know if I'm really sold on this exactly either, but and this stuff is taking me back. Right. And then what's the size of this choo-choo? Actually, I'm gonna go. Okay. Well, I think it's negligible too. I think we could just what I can do. I almost feel like this size here should be more this way, right? And I think from here, what would happen is it just needs a little bit more chunk. Man, I like how that. Let me see if I can kind of copy this trajectory here. Um, it's not that I'm trying to make it like match up perfectly or anything, but I just think it has. This is a much better look. It's a little too flat on this side, right? Right. You know, I also need to see how this works on the profile as well. Although that's more on the outer foot. See, that's another thing. Well, I mean, he kind of has it in here, but I think probably from the profile, I probably have to throw. Um. Yeah. See, I think this works better, and maybe he can have like a hole or something on this side of his boot, you know, or it could just be another chunk, right? Maybe something a little simpler. Okay, so down here, I wanna. So it has to be, man. It's gotta come up pretty high, doesn't it? But I'm gonna have to kind of split it up just like right here. Maybe make that one just a little wider, because then this the sole needs to wrap as well. So figure kind of splitting this difference here, right? But I think part of the reason why I kind of smooth this out a bit. See if that'll work. It's, watch is gonna turn into the entire 4 hours me just fixing his food. Oh, it wouldn't surprise me, unfortunately. Um, yeah, whatever. I like to have things just nice and neat. I think this works here on the side. I just think that. Also, this is the wrong foot too. I think this should also be on this right here. But man, I don't think this is accomplishing what I was hoping it would. I think I wanted to do something like this. I'm gonna have to bring it. You know, something like that. Let's see. Is that it? Okay, yeah. I almost feel like I should do this instead, and then keep that right. And then we could do and then this could be a smaller one. This could be, well, but the thing about it is it might be confused with the heel, right? Here's the heel. Maybe he can have like a bite taken out of it. I think that kind of works, you know. And then maybe one there, and then right, just to kind of differentiate it a little bit. Although that would make him somewhat asymmetrical, but Maybe I should keep it clean, actually. Now that I think about it, I'm just gonna keep it clean for the time being. And if I want to do that kind of stuff, I'll do it in maybe some of the more detail style drawings, like if it was an illustration or something. But just for the sake of like keeping this like simple and small, like if he's small, this much smaller than the other characters too, man. Um. But okay. I swear to God, I think like if technology keeps going this way, I'm just gonna do this out on a fucking street corner. like, like this is kind of infuriating, you know. Like these kind of it's constant like shakeups, right? They're constantly like either trying to introduce something new or um, revamp the look or revamp the the interface. It's like, dude, just make the fucking thing work, man. It's just it really is a simple concept. It's like sure you make things better and sure you update, but to do things in such a like a haphazard manner just so they can um, justify subscription pricing is pretty fucked up. And this isn't some kind of this is a tool, right? This is a tool that we use that we need to do our work, right? And we pay for it, right? If you're gonna buy a hammer, you buy a hammer, right? You don't expect to get it for free, and you expect it to be part of your business expenses. At least, under the way things work here, or supposed to work here. Um, so I believe in paying for shit. It's cheaper than markers and paints, brushes and pens and paper and board and everything. That stuff adds up as well, and it gets discontinued. So, in terms of that, I don't think there's too much of a difference. Or there's pros and cons. I think that is where you can argue the pros and cons of each. But I think when it comes to a point where like, okay, this is stuff that works, this stuff that's useful, but arbitrarily, well, not really arbitrarily, because it is for a profit that they're changing things up, right? And not because of like, oh, we can't do it this way anymore, like say with any type of manufacturing of art supplies, right? Maybe there's a shortage of the elements that go into it, or there's some kind of political turmoil or business thing that kind of stands in the way, or governmental stuff. But this just seems like just pure like games, right? Like let's just see how far we can. Okay, let's playing this again. I had this in here twice. What is happening, man? Even my music is acting up. Oh yeah, I did have this on here twice. I don't know why. All right, we're gonna move on to track 5. Oh, there's a lot of. Wait, what? You know what? This is the wrong playlist. That's the wrong playlist. This is not my iPad boogie playlist. Here, I'm gonna update the chat. No, I just want to link to it. There we go. Alright, do it here. And I'm gonna pin these and delete the previous one. I don't know if I can. Make sure that's the correct one. Yep. 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 Ah, shit, now what? My screen went black. Okay, there we go. Alright, cool. Right? No, this is wrong. God dang it. Let's see, can I delete these? I know, can I unpin it? Oy. Alright. Man. Alright, never mind. And then I'm gonna, alright. Okay. There we go. Replace pinned message. Alright, so in the pinned message is the Boogie Funk playlist, right? Which starts with Fingers Rock With You. Alright. This is what I used to have on my... Let's make sure this is the correct playlist that it's opening. Okay. That's my bad. I have two different playlists that were similarly named and it fuck with me. Alright. So let's come back to this guy. Alright. So I'm going to fix this line and then we're going to move on to coloring. What time is it? 11:20. So, man. My Photoshop like keys have not been like... I've been having to input them twice. There's a disconnect. Anyways. Man, this Fingers album was dope, man. He did like all these covers that are just all like vocoder. I'm not vocoder, but talkbox style. Funk jams, right? So just like this Rock With You. He did Outstanding by the Gap Band. Bunch of dope shit. Right. I'm gonna skip on the shoe scarring just because it's not really, I don't think it's just really adding anything to... Well, actually, you know what I'm gonna do on this one? I think I can easily just fix this by doing that, by just moving up this line. I think that's all it's gonna take. Alright. There we go. And so, okay, and then I need to do something here. Oh, you know, here's something easier. Oh, shoot. No, we gotta go below. Actually, I don't think we have to worry. Fuck. No, you gotta bring it about here. I don't want to catch that apron because that apron is asymmetrical. Right? Goodness. Alright. I'm going to delete it. And then... Adobe, you have lost your luster, man. I went to the bat for these fucking dudes for so long. And... well, leopard ate my face, right? At least the Adobe leopard. Okay. So there we go. Now we can kill these. Okay. Alright, so now we can move on to color. And since we already kind of... I already like picked out what I wanted. I'm gonna... So we're gonna go to all layers. I'm just gonna drop a quick. Let's drop. All right. Okay. So I did a draw through. This won't appear. Actually, you know what? Let's try this again, because um. So I'm gonna do a copy of these layers, move them into color, right? And then we don't need to worry about. Okay. Okay, this is a draw through, so we don't need this. We can actually delete that. Um, that'll be for the line art, so that way people can understand what's underneath it. But we don't need it for the color. We're gonna Okay, so let's give this the line color too. Line. Oh, you can't even read it. I'm sitting here focusing on my layers, and it's off. It's covered by the overlay. But don't worry about it. I'm just naming and arranging my layers so that everything is proper. Yeah, I don't know if maybe if we have time, I'll do a night filter. So okay, so here we are. Let's try that again. I want to go just slightly. I want to go maybe slightly a little more orangey, I guess. Nah, it's not red enough. No, maybe he should be a little pinker. He's kind of like, or maybe almost like hot dog color. Let's let me see. I'm gonna use some of this, but not all of it. 50% it. Okay. All right. So I kind of want to use at least a color scheme similar to what I got going on here, right? So one thing we could do is we can lock the layer, alpha lock the layer, and that'll keep the me from like going off the edge when I draw on top when I color it. Like if I hide that line, right? Let me hide this other line as well. If I had that line, see, it won't go past that color, right? So it makes things easier. What else makes things easier, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set this line art at like 50-ish%. So, wrong layer again. Okay. All right. We don't need the. Okay, symmetry is off. Let's just clear the guides. All right. This really shouldn't take too much time at all. Some characters are more complicated than others, and some will take forever, but some take different amounts at different stages, right? This guy took longer, I think, to turn, and I've kind of found like some of the more like cleaner characters that I've done over the years are some of the harder harder ones to turn. You know, those shapes do different things when you view them in perspective, and then you flatten it out for a drawing, right? Lots of unexpected results. Oh no, what happened? Oh, dang it. Man. I used a brush instead of a. Let's see. Look at this. Let's see, I could probably just do this. Oh shit. Oh no. No, that's not gonna work unless I go ahead and deselect all the other guys. But I think this should be most of it, if not all. Cool. It's also hard to tell like what are scratches on my device, on my screen, and what's like actual fucked up colors that I did. Okay. And then so, like, oh, I gotta fix a flat. Okay. So next up is we're gonna do the body. So we're gonna go take all of the apron, right? The sleeves, the kerchief. I gotta fix that flat stuff too. It's not perfect. So I mean, I'm glad, and I kind of do this. I guess definitely if I have time, but if I have to pass something on to color, a lot of times what I'll do is when I ink it, during the inks I'll do a flat. Because that also kind of helps me with the inks if I want to like just view a character but not get caught up by all the sketch stuff that's around it. Like over here you see this, right? Sometimes I don't exactly want to dig through my layers to hide it or whatever, and so what I do is put a flat white backing to it, or whatever color, just something that I can block out the sketches from showing through. And so while I'm inking, that kind of helps to be able to get like just a cleaner view of what I'm doing. I'm gonna try to stay in the frame. Right. Art is messy. Oh no, I did. It's in there. Because that's one thing that I fixed late last night. I forgot to do his t-shirt from the back. Oh no. Doing it again. So you're supposed to use a pencil instead of a brush. Because the brush is going to leave anti-alias pixels. You want alias pixels for this flat because it makes it easier to fix colors, swap them, especially if you know if colors haven't been like decided or it's not so easy, you know. Oh, I should have done that too. Well, I already blocked it out. I'll get it on the next row around. So, I think this back turn could use a little bit of work too, especially with the feet. But, just to keep it moving, do it. But I might, I kind of want to bring out this little cuff maybe a little bit more. I think just kind of widen it a bit. But I don't know. It's kind of tricky drawing that kind of stuff from the back. You know. So this is a Universal Robot Band. Oh no, I think they call themselves the Bumblebee Orchestra or whatever, but it's essentially the same thing. Oh yeah, Bumblebee Unlimited. I think it's basically um, Universal Robot Band. you know, some like producers and a rotating cast of singers and performers. I kind of want to keep. Oh, there's this too. Dang. Yeah, let's use some of these colors as well. Let's make that normal. See, I kind of more of a lemony yellow for his hair. Oh, wrong layer, wrong layer. Current layer. You kind of want to pick current layer too for if you want to keep colors uniform, because a lot of times you can accidentally pick up, you know, just a slight variation of, and it looks the same, but then you realize like when you go later to go, if you want to, you know, swap out the color, then you notice like a few chunks will be missing because it was a different, slightly different color, right? You got that. All right. And so far, man, it's going pretty quick. I'm gonna take a pretty hefty break, I think, today, and then we'll do some like I think we'll just do some like expression sketches, or maybe I'll start setting up the next character in this. Not in not for the assignment, but for the next menu massacre, right? So I can probably set up like falafel or breakfast burrito, and when I circle back around to this idea, it'll be ready to go. I kind of wanna. Let's see. Might try to split the difference. Yeah. Yeah. Something like that. Right? And then I'll do a different color for the heel and the sole. I might do maybe like a yellow ish or orange. Kind of traditional, old school cartoon boot. It's pretty basic. And I think that's kind of what the rest of the cast is gonna. They'll have something similar, I think. You know, it's kind of one of those things for the sake of just not having to think about it for either myself or the audience, right? It's just not that important. What's important is like the horror and the weirdness that's happening here. Man, now it's like taking me back to my times when I worked in fast food. I worked in fast food probably like less than a year in total. But man, that was some other shit. Especially like during lunch rushes because I used to work the grill. Like I didn't want to work the register. I always felt like people that worked the register always had to like stick around and like because they were always like 5 or 10 cents short on their drawer. Or, I don't know, or somebody drives off without paying. It's like, man, I do not want to have to like deal with that shit. It's like I'll just be back here working the grill, but man, those lunch rushes, we used to have 99-cent double cheeseburgers, and dude, that put me to work. On the other hand, I got a lot of fun ideas while I was working on that stuff. You know, when I was working the grill, dude, just so kind of did not want to be there, so my brain would just escape making up stories and characters and stuff. So a lot of which, I haven't really done anything with since then until, more recently. You're gonna see that stuff in uh, Hello Friend, my comic series that I'm serializing online. Although I'm a little behind right now because I'm, well, partly doing this, but I think this kind of takes priority, seeing that I gotta update my portfolio. But you know, like those ideas never went away. Those ideas never, that's why I keep my notebooks, and that's why everybody should keep their notebooks and sketchbooks. Because maybe it's something that doesn't work at the moment, and at the time, but 20 years later, 25 years later, suddenly you're like, oh shit, like, I kind of found a way to make this stuff work, or I found a way to make it work with this other idea I developed 10 years ago, right? It's kind of these generational concepts are just kind of coming together. And that's kind of how it's been working for me. It's just like by working on ideas in one comic and one story, it kind of unlocks ideas in another story. Another thing I don't know about now that I'm looking at it is I feel like his kerchief on front, which means I'm gonna have to fix the line art and kind of kick it back there again, just like I need to do on Paulo too. I need to kick it back to the line art, but maybe I think his kerchief should connect a little further out. It's a little too inside here, so I'm gonna have to fix that line art. Oh hell yeah, Southern Freeze. That's the fucking cut, man. Which is uh track 5 on the Boogie playlist. Wow, we're 45 minutes in and like only 5 tracks on the playlist. So yeah, let's fix this really, really, really quick. All right. So maybe it should be a little straighter and then a little curve. Yeah, that looks a little better. Right, let's. Yeah, let me clean up this chin line too while we're at it. All right, look at that. It's coming there. He's coming together. He's coming together. It's getting there. Um, yeah, like kind of these peach-colored teeth. Perfect, right? I don't want to give him too much detail, at least not for like this design. That was that'd be something I save for like a comic or like maybe like a cut scene or um, you know something else like that, something where it's gonna carry more weight. But I think all the details are just gonna make this look even more complicated and busy, right? So I think it works. I don't think this guy was all that hard to picture in 3D, or at least in space. Um, so I think it was just a little bit easier than that. The trick was just keeping those proportions down across the board to where it worked, right? It's not about being like realistic or precise, you know. It's just it's got to be convincing. Oh, dude, speaking of convincing, I fucked up because I didn't put his hair back here. Dang it. So that's another thing we gotta fix. You know. Oh, dude, seriously? Uh-oh. I gotta clear my phone. Because I do not have enough space. Oof, okay. Alright, well, I'm not gonna be able to record any more of these side videos until I start downloading. Yeah, well. It happens. I'll make sure that it's all uploading though, because okay. Apple keeps going back to like the optimized uploading, and then it doesn't upload for like days. So we're gonna stick to the just the plain old webcam. So we got his teeth. I gotta do his hair. I'll do that in a second. I'll come back to that. But you know, this is where having supervisors come in and other people, editors and what have you, and be like, hey man, you missed something. It's like, oh shit, that's a pretty big something. Right. So let's see what we're gonna do with his hair. So, let's see if there's anything else. Like, I didn't do the back of his apron here in the draw through. I should probably do that too, like this little knot. But let's kind of fix this. This hair. I'm thinking it might have to be. This might be Hanna-Barbera, you know, in which I kind of favor one side, right? Where I do something like this, right? Dang, wait. Actually, we're not going to see it all because some of it's going to be obscured by the hat. Like, we won't see that because it's underneath the hat. And this is partially underneath the hat, too. So, literally, I think all we're going to see is maybe something like this, right? Where's the center, actually? I don't want to do it too offset. No, we'll add it too. Alright, so it needs to come over one more, but there we go. Okay, so I think oh man, I gotta swap out this nib soon. Although maybe I'll just for the sake of the rear view, I might do something like this. So what if I did? What if this is like a circle, right? Or a half circle. Here, like what I would do is I would do this, and we make that symmetrical. Yeah. Right. So this would be the symmetrical part, but just for the sake of, you know, just favor one side or the other, right? So I think that's a simple fix, right? Like just give him like a little bit of a twist, a spike, you know. I just want to give him like just it's kind of a curl, right? There we go. I think that'll work. You know, because in reality though, if it was like 3D, if this was like a real life thing, I would do something like this. But I feel like this kind of sells it a little bit more. It just kind of peaks just outside of his hat, right? Right. So maybe that's a little bit too heavy of a hang, right? Maybe it doesn't need that much. Maybe just kind of something like this. Kind of more of a suggestion. Alright, so let's see where we are now. Okay. Okay. So let's see. We'll do some color tweaks soon because I want to do something different with the hat, like this area, like the little brim and then the top. But I do want like a blue for his kerchief, right? Uh, I guess I can, I'll quibble over the colors later. Oh shit! I'm missing another thing too. Damn it! And this is gonna be another thing too that's gonna be asymmetrical. So I think if we put the curl this way, his kerchief should come out like this, right? He probably don't even need to show the whole thing. Probably just do like a little sliver, a knot, and the little ends that hang off. But yeah, shit. I'll get to that in a second though. Let me get these flats down first, and then see. Like I'm thinking, if people want AI to be useful and these kind of like graphic, graphic AI, people kind of talk about like, oh well, it's a tool. Well, it's a tool. Well, it's a tool. But it's like I've never really seen like a proper use case scenario. It's like most of that stuff. There's other ways to do it. Like it doesn't require this software and not to mention how it was built. But like if it was useful for some way and if it wasn't trained on copyrighted material, one thing it could be useful for is like saying, hey, you forgot to draw the back of his hair. Did you want to do that before you send it out? Or hey, you forgot the kerchief. Did you want to do that? Something more after the fact instead of trying to preload what it thinks that you want to do. Rather it just says, hey man, I noticed like you made this guy a little redder in this panel than you made him in the other panel. Did you mean to do that? And it could be like, yeah, dude, he's mad and I wanted to kind of push it, or it's a lighting thing, whatever, right? But at least it gives you that option. Or it could be, hey, shit, I forgot to draw that. Thanks for pointing that out, right? Like, and then you can go back and fill it in, right? Or it could be like, hey, did you just want me to swap that color out for you? Like, hey, you forgot to, when you were flatting, you kind of left the old color there and then didn't update, didn't do it with the color across the other things. Do you want me to do that for you? It's like, sure, yeah, fine. But this other stuff where you just, type in some words and then suddenly have an image, I'm not gonna, It's something that I don't really want to get into right now or on the stream, but it's just something I thought of. It's just like, okay, if something wants to be useful, you would be thinking in that manner. You'd be thinking in the manner of like, how can I help you, rather than how can you just supervise my output kind of deal, right? So, but it's coming along, man. Let's get his pants, and then I'll do his kerchief in the back in a minute. I just want to kind of move on the rest of this first, and then we can also nitpick on colors for a little bit. You know, that ain't the. All right. Huh. You know what? I'm almost wondering. Maybe I should keep the apron this color and then make the t-shirt this golden color here, right? Instead of the other way around. Let's see how that looks. Or I almost think like it should be like this then maybe. Yeah. I think that's a better. But also like I have to consider too, how is that going to play off of whatever the background or backdrop's going to be, you know? Oh, cuz yeah, his shirt was yellow here, but here it's in reverse. How about this? I'm going to go with the way I had it in that sketch really quick. Right. I do like that red, but let's see. Oh, I also gotta clean this up here too. Oh, what's this? Oh, okay. That's from the underneath. Okay. You know what? I do like that red better than and like keeping the kerchief or the let's see. Uh, yeah, maybe slightly less saturated. And then I think that works better, right? Although man, but now like, what's up with this? I kind of like how it worked with the hat, right? Because what I wanted to do here too is I was thinking of, oh, dude, man, I'm annoyed now because my anti-alias was on. All right, I can see those pixels in there. Anyways, let's make sure. Let's make sure that these are all like solidly colored properly. All right, looks all right. So I think for this part, what I want to do is Man, it's weird because it's like right about now is like I'm kind of like thinking about, oh, I got to do my blog post and I got to do this, and I'm kind of hyped for it, right? Um, but I know like as soon as this thing's done, I'm just gonna be like wiped. All right. Yeah, I can't wait to get to these other characters too. I have a feeling this is the project that's gonna take over, um, which is fine. You know, if maybe I only do like a few more weeks of the other two, and then it kind of picks up with this one, I'll roll with it for a while. You know, I'll see how far I can take it. But I also don't mind. Well, not to mention the fact that I just, I need it for my portfolio. But I don't need to load my portfolio with like 300 pieces. I just need a small handful. All right. This song, "I Love You Dancer," reminds me of my homie Hirsch. His ill ass DJ. I haven't seen him in forever. I miss that dude. But he put me onto this. He's all about this song, and the song is called "I Love You Dancer." What's it called? Like by Voyage, and it's track 9 on the Boogs iPod playlist that I got posted up. All right. So let's flatten this all. Let's just get the flats down. And I'm gonna take a break, and then we'll come back and do tweak the colors. We'll do shadows. We'll do highlights, and then kind of nitpick over the colors, like what works and what doesn't work. I'm sure it's gonna go through a few changes. I kind of like this idea of making them a little bit more, like his colors a little bit more uniform, or at least localized to, not monochromatic, but, in the same family, and rather than using too many contrasting colors. Which is kind of how, like, the original concept art over on the left looked. That's kind of. So I don't know, man. I think maybe his apron should be brown. Or if I should just go back to like the white t-shirt, the off-white t-shirt. Alright, next thing I want to do is like this color 1. I'm going to do this with the brush. Let's do like a color like. Go that route for now. I'm going to hide this line 2. Wait. I don't know if I want that as a line exactly, or if I want to treat that as just a guide to do these stains, right? Because I kind of want these to be flat colors. I don't want them to be outlined. Or not flat colored, but like, shapes without lines. Okay, this is aggravating. Alright, that's why I wasn't looking right. And I'm sure we'll do some line color too. I want to do like the lines that are in the hat. I want to do the teeth lines, and then maybe another thing. And I think I want to add like a little bit of shine to his boot, maybe. I don't know. He's kind of scummy. And the reason I'm using a brush on this instead of the pencil. Oh, that's right. I gotta close it off. Is because I want this soft edge on it, right? I don't want it to appear aliased, right? So I want like a softer edge to it because I don't want to use a line, right? Oh, and I still need to fix the kerchief for the back view, so we'll take care of that as well. And that means I gotta update the line art as well. Thought I had it all, but you know, being just brain broken, can't remember everything. Alright. Alright. And I could just bam, 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 clean it up, clean it up, clean it up, clean it up. Okay. I think I'm gonna turn this line off then. Alright, let's get rid of these guides. What do you think? Oh, I want to do the shoes really quick too, then I'll take a break. And then I gotta also... I'm gonna go something like this, but maybe around here. I've been meaning to post all shit for the past like few weeks. Post a new blog up on my website, on Patreon. Shit. Um, yeah, that's not what I want. Oh, I'll get it in a second. Let me just block these out. Hey, did you see that? So this hand didn't want to move, and like, nope, 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 nope. Okay, we'll move all the way the fuck over there. Let me shake it across the drawing board. Oh, that's right. The music isn't playing on this stream. Ugh. Okay. So I'm gonna take a break. I'll probably leave this here. I wonder if Spanky needs to. And then let's just to get a look at how it's working so far. Here's the line at 100%, right? So I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna put this beat right back over here, right? I'm gonna mute my mic, and I'll be back in a few minutes, and a little bit. All right. So just hang tight, and I appreciate you being here. Oh shoot. There we go. There we go. It's treat time. Uh-oh, look at this chair out of the way. Come here, guys. Come here, boys. I dropped something. I don't know what it is. Come here, guys. There you go. Treat time is always fun, isn't it? Okay. So, we got about, 2.5 hours left. Give me one more second, I'll be right back. Herman. Hi, buddy. You doing good? You doing good, my little baby? I'll let you, Herms. I'll let you eat. Chomp, 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 chomp. Man, I gotta get this mic to not pick up the ambient noise. That's like a whole other like realm of things I gotta like start digging myself through, and it's probably gonna require a stream where I could just sit there and troubleshoot. Okay. So fix the kerchief in the back, and then tweak some colors, and then and then we'll do shadow, and then we'll do line art. We'll probably do shadows first, and then we'll probably do line art, because that's gonna affect the color of the line. I think if depending on how dark or light the shadows are. So let's see what we got here. All right. So can't see it from the other points of view, so I'm guessing it's going to come out the back, but we might break the silhouette just a little bit on the back. I won't include it in the front, because that'd probably just be one extra thing that's poking out that it doesn't need, like it's just an extra small shape. So let's see. Nope. What? Okay. So I want to do, I don't know if I want to put it over the back hump. Kind of similar to how this knot is right here. So I want to treat this knot up here. Here, I gotta do something really quick. I might not bring it up that high as it is on the profile. I might just bring it down just a touch lower, just so I can, I'm trying to look at this shape here, right? This right in here. And then one more shot at the. This can kind of come down a little lower below that line too. Maybe I could do this. How low does that come out? Oh. Shit. Maybe something like that then. To kind of match up with the one on the side, even though the one on the side is a little off as well, but nope. Okay. See, these are the things that can kind of get design all just kind of mixed up, right? Maybe those should butt up instead, right? Or maybe I do something like this, something like this. That comes out there, that comes out like that. No, I still think the bigger one should just appear on top, right? Ooh, too many like bunched up lines in such a small space. I could do that. So now I'm thinking this should kind of move back this way, right? One more time. I know this isn't the most exciting thing ever, It's like, oh man, do I watch Jose stream or do I watch paint dry? Well, you're stuck in here with me, so not quite, because you can always leave. I'm gonna settle on that. Again, it's not. I don't think it's. Maybe that'll be a little better. Yeah, I think this works a little better. Or maybe it could be like that, right? No, I think the knot should be in front of the thing. Yeah. Anyways, okay, we're gonna run with this. I'm gonna just drop it a little bit, and then I'm gonna go into the line, and we'll cement it. I know what it is. There we go. Look at the face that I make while I'm designing. Bottom teeth gnashing. This could easily be called "Watch Jose Struggle." Maybe this is some kind of sadistic viewership here. Who knows? Maybe this could be costing me work. They're like, oh man, this guy's a disaster. Yeah, I'll do it that way. I know the knot, but it's almost as if this is kind of going into the knot as well, right? Okay, whatever. We're just gonna move on to the color. Gonna kill those. We'll come over here and work on the flat layer. And I'm just gonna go straight in with yeah, I mean, it's not exactly what I would want, but I don't want to agonize like hours and hours and hours over this when it's something that'll probably start solving itself once he's being drawn more frequently. You know, because if I'm drawing him quite a bit, eventually it's gonna start to kind of coalesce around what works, right? I weed out the bad parts of the design. Yeah, I'll go that route instead. It's cool. You can tell by how excited I sound. But I mean, those are some things that I can, I can spend forever and ever just trying to work out, and it might make it even worse. So, okay. So we got that. Um, am I sold on these colors though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Let's go down here. And the way I can play around with colors here is just through the hue and saturation. I can just kind of get an idea if, I almost feel like he should be something within that zone, right? Kind of something a little bit more like, kind of like this, almost like nicotine hue, right? I'm almost thinking, let's see. Yeah, a little bit more. A little bit more in that territory. keep it somewhere around there. And these stains as well. Actually, gotta make sure it's. Yeah. Again, I think these colors would be tweaked. Uh, and these likely still will be tweaked according to how he kind of fits against other backdrops and different environments. Okay. So, let's start with shadows, and I think with that, I want to begin with the hat, like the little puffy part of the hat. You know. But the reason why I set up too with all these different layers with like flat shadows and stuff is it's likely that yes, color changes are going to occur, and they need to be easily adaptable, and it's easier if you could just go into the layers and figure out what you're working with and what you want to change. So I would come back to this, just the regular brush for the shadow, and I am going to go with all layers. I don't want to make it too dark because it's on it should be on multiply. Let's see. I might just want to keep like just a shadow for the basic shape instead of going into every. Well, like here, what I wanted to do, I guess, is I wanted to follow this. Right. But again, like this type of stuff alters the shapes as well, right? And it alters what the lines can do too, because now we kind of have between this end of the shadow and then this line, there's like another shape in here now too, right? So it's like, what do we want to do with that shape? Do I want it to come out and kind of follow it more like a contour, and then it recedes as well, right? Now we got a cool little like swipe here, right? Although wonder if I want to do that here as well. And this isn't going to, kind of the art school rules or whatever how shadows work. This is kind of it's kind of following more of a design approach. You make as much sense of it as you can because you do want it to be convincing as a figure in space, but you kind of have to take some liberties as well to make sure that it works clean as a design. So there's a lot of like trial and error. I mean, I could do that. It creates an interesting shape, that's for sure, because now it seems a little bit more like almost like a mushroom cap, right? It's kind of flowy, a little more flowy than what it started with. It was a little bit more rigid, you know. And this, it'd be something like that, right? And realistically, too, it would cast a shadow over him. And I mean, this should have, if you want to go that route too. We could. And again, it's not exact shadows. Like if this was in CG, it would look a lot different. Those shadows will lie much differently and definitely more logically than what I'm doing right now. But at the end of it, I'm gonna have 2 more portfolio pieces this weekend to put up on my website. So it's it's building, it's growing. You know, and so this too, it's like does it, this would actually come up like this. Probably more the opposite actually. Unless I did something like that. So it's not going to line up perfectly with the rest of the turn. But you still want to get those interesting shapes. Man. And probably add one here. So this is kind of like splitting hairs between design and function, right? I mean, it has to function. So that's kind of the limitations those are the parameters that are set. It's like, okay, you could do this design, but this design has to function, right? So you try to pack as much flavor into that. But I feel like I'm just repeating myself now. I'm just like lollygagging. So we got like another hour and 15 into this stream. Oh, I should drink some more water. Let's see. So, all right. He's starting to become more. He's starting to make more sense and starting to come to life a little bit more. Kind of like a mushroom head now. Yeah, that's like a simpler shape. And it's cleaner. And I should do something here as well, like. Also, I'm not as concerned with being as precise with shadows and stuff like that because all that's going to kind of change depending on the view and the person making. If they were animating it, I'm sure they're not going to stick strictly to these exact. It's not like a pattern or something. Not like these um, little spots here that need to track. Right? These don't need to track as much. Oh my god. There we go. taking a look at it on the stream preview as well, because it's kind of giving me a little bit more of an objective take on it. All right. Not quite. I might have to just bring it up to the edge here, right? And then I don't know how much you can tell about what I think about what I'm doing by the look on my face. There's a lot of squinch face in cartoons. For some people, not for everybody. Everybody's got their own way of doing it. Definitely for me. There's plenty of squinch face in cartooning for me. All right. So let's try to get this other side of the hat. I wonder if I should do something like that, or if I should keep it straight. Maybe I'll favor one side over another, right? Do it like this. Although I don't want to end it on that line either. Then this would probably just keep it on the back. Maybe a little bit on the top as well. Nah. Okay. So we got the front, or we got the main area, the main event. So I usually go for something a little bit lighter and a little lighter. Okay. That's why. When I'm working on shadows on a multiply layer, I would select the color that's there, but I would make it a lighter, like more desaturated look or tone, right? And so, I mean, even this is a little bit too much right now. I would tone this down a bit. So this is what I'm gonna do. Something like that, I think. Get him under the eyes. I'll actually just do this. I'm just gonna actually just get this entire side right here. You know, so like the decisions I'm trying to make is just on clean shapes with these. You know, not too noodly. this would be in here, right? I would actually include a little bit of that thumb. Man, I'm starting to get like some, and nothing's coming back so much as my memory, but just more as like my overall feeling right now is like getting some like flashbacks from dreams I had last night. Now wondering what it is that that I was dreaming about. Go figure. Coincidentally, this song pops on the playlist, which is called "I Must Be Dreaming." Seconds after I started talking about my dream. So it's track number 18. So it's totally coincidental. All right. I'm gonna favor the back for this profile. Right. I'm gonna favor shadows on the. Right. Also got to consider how it's gonna affect the shape for the lines that aren't there. Right. So this should be kind of a little rounder, but. Whoop, whoop. All right. That brush is way too big right now. I'm getting some big old sloppy globs. This is a little too sharp though. I want to like round it out. I don't think nah. He doesn't need this over here. Oh. But I do want to give him a bit of a shadow on his upper lip. And maybe a little bit underneath here as well. You know, again, I might kind of break some of this stuff. Like, I might do some weird things with the shadows like this. Kind of how it breaks. See here, and then how it breaks right here. But I think it kind of creates less of a tangent than if I were to do this, right? Here, let me do that again. See, I just erased that corner there. So it kind of gives a little bit of a, you know, a design look to it. You know. Cover the entirety of the under part of this arm. Right. Okay, so it's Friday today. Shit, man, this week, every week lately, has just been like burning. So I'm so frazzled. It's like every time I do, like I sign up for or get online for a stream, it feels like I just gotten off of streaming. Let's also make this asymmetrical too. You know, maybe favor this side here. Let's get a little of that ear. Excuse me. Right. And so I think for the front, what we do is just get all of this side here. We'll favor that, right? And then for the nose, Hmm. I see that works better. Yeah, that works better. I just don't want it to do this with the smile. See how it kind of just joining into it? So I'm going to want to maybe somewhere in between that tooth line and the mouth line. I want to keep it. And maybe, yeah, maybe. Alright, this can kind of work. Maybe this little, like, 60s horn rimmed glasses evil look, right? Only it's shadow instead of glasses. Um, if I'm gonna go that route, I think it needs to be wider and rounder. Maybe I should do this too. Nah, doesn't need that. No, I don't like this. I'll keep it there, but I'm gonna do something like this instead, right? Right. Not completely covering his eye. And I think we could do the same thing here, right? Hmm. Alright, so on this side too, I want to do a little bit of shadow as well. Because I think it's all... Which way is it leaning? Something like that. Let's see how it looks from here. Alright. So we got arms, body, or face. We got skin covered. Let's do um shirt. Let's go something like this, right? Yeah, it could work. I like that. It's got about greenish. It's got like a greenish tinge to it. I haven't been checking the chat. Alright. Chat is quiet. Which is fine. It's just cool. I'm gonna do something here where I'm like... It's fairly simple, I think. Fairly simple cartoon shade. But I think the key is also picking the right colors and knowing what type of what's the layer type. No, I like it better. Yeah, I like that better. Nah, I don't know. Maybe I should just do this, right? Just kind of keep that little bit there. That's fine. I'll do that. And then this. Okay. Right. So he's turning. He's turning. He's turning. We got 2 hours left, man. So I'm gonna do the rest of the shadows. I'm gonna take another break, and then we'll finish up with some line work, like coloring some of the line, and then I'm gonna do some just probably some sketches of this guy. I'm gonna try to do some, you know, personality roughs, I suppose. Stretch. Goodness, 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 goodness. All right, all right, all right. So that's our little video game character. I don't know if I like this part on his. I think maybe this should be fixed. I also gotta fix that line there too, because it's kind of driving me nuts. Kind of like give him this little like snarl-ish thing here. Or the other thing I could do here is round that out. I gotta fix this line. It's driving me nuts. See this right here? That right there is just killing me. And it sucks because it is nitpicky, and it's like I should be over kind of shit like this so I can keep it moving, but this line is just destroying me. Let's see. Oh, see, this is what I hate Photoshop. I can't. As long as I have this path here, it's not gonna let me do anything. Let's see now. Nope. It's not gonna let me do anything until that. Like it combines the guides with whatever's going on the panel with the pixels, right? It's just ridiculous, dude. And it's like it's not a thing that used to happen, right? I used to be able to just, um, alter the pixels if I want to independently from the stroke, but now I won't do that anymore. It's like no. I'm having a day again. Me and technology, we've been kind of we're kind of at a standstill in a way, like you know. Um I'm still trying to. It's been hard going to like get back into doing things on like paper and pencil. All right, but that nose is better, right? Much better now. All right. So now with the apron, or let's do the kerchief first, and then we'll do the apron. Um, all right. I'm kind of zoning out right now. Just keep it moving. I don't know if it's like I'm like 100% sold on this design, but I can't honestly just sit here and say what I would change. It would definitely be something that that would take place over time. I'd have to just kind of put those hours in there to kind of dissect it and and it's a funny thing because like as a color, I've been a colorist. Well, up until more recently, but I was a colorist for like many years, and it's not something that I intended to do. It's just kind of something I fell into for extra work or just to help some friends out. And you know, when it comes to coloring my own work, though, it's a lot of trial and error. Let me see. Did I get? So we got his pants, and kind of also wondering if I should end the stream a little earlier, which is possible too. I might actually end the stream a little early this week, um, just because it's like I'm almost there, and I'd kind of rather use my day to finish designing this stuff. When I guess like maybe I could do it on a, maybe I don't know. Maybe that's what I should do with the rest of the stream and just show how I've been prepping my portfolio. I just want to make sure I'm not Um, I just gotta go through the material, make sure I'm not showing stuff that I don't want on stream. Because the other thing is, like, if I'm gonna do these in these like more illustrated posters and covers and illustrations, I you know, I would apply like more like rim lighting, more like dramatic horror lighting. You know, use different colors, especially reds, blues, and greens. You know, I do need to erase this because I need to show that it's the knee that's kind of poking out. Right? Maybe not. I think it just probably works better that way. You know, the other thing is too is like I am going more for speed on these, and I haven't really been demonstrating that in these, you know. But that's kind of the overall goal too. Is just like okay, kind of start getting a rhythm and start being comfortable with what I can't do within that time frame, and kind of focus on what I can do during that time frame. Oh man, you gotta see that. And I gotta stay on top of keeping this on camera. You know who's gonna be tough is gonna be Falafel because Falafel is not symmetrical. And that's gonna be a much different design too because he's somebody who's got both eyes on one side. So I mean honestly I think Falafel is gonna be, you know, this on the no. Falafel's gonna be um man, getting like spam calls like crazy. Right? So he's like this. From the profile, he's going to be more like this, right? You're going to see more of the falafel balls on this side, and then maybe a little bit of his back, right? So he's essentially like this, just turned upright, arms, legs, and eyes. But he's still going to be tough, you know, because I'm not going to be able to use the symmetry tool really on him. Maybe on his face, hands, and legs, but everything else is going to be a little tricky. All right. So I wonder if I should shade his hair. I might do that. I think it could use it because it kind of stands out a little much. So we can go back in the shoes. I'm gonna drop quick shadows. Obviously these shadows aren't perfect, but I like them right now. Okay. I don't know. Maybe we should hit this hair. Should I hit it with any type of a highlight? I kind of like the flatness of it. Again, I think I want to shoot for like if this was a video game, even like I probably wouldn't even include shadows. I might just go straight flat. Um, and then use shadows for just like certain instances. But I think for this, for the sake of this design, he could use a shadow up here too. Let's see what we get. Maybe a little bit of that to show that it's behind. Right. Photoshop doesn't like to cooperate at times. No matter how much I hit the rotate tools, it doesn't want to rotate or move. Alright. So let's hit this hair. Right. Man, I just finally remembered. I think I don't know if I beat Inscription, but I beat, like, I made it to this cabin in the back. I wasn't expecting that last night. I was, like, tired. It's the end of the night. I'm like, I'm just going to play a little bit. Ended up, like, kind of having a pretty decent run. Oh, yeah. It started over, and then it turned into a completely different game. Kind of became more of like a Stardew Valley looking type of game. All right, so what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna take another quick break for a second. Now that we got the shadows down, I'm gonna take a small break. Um, and then we move on to line color, right? And then that probably won't take us. Probably wouldn't even take us to 2 o'clock. So from that point on, I might just kind of give myself some notes on this stuff. I might try to work out. Actually, maybe while I take my break, I'll set up my portfolio stuff, and we can start. I can kind of guide you through what I'm doing with my portfolio with this Chef Gundy character. So I'll be right back. Just give me a second. Adobe Bridge sucks too, by the way. I'll right click and it takes me like 30 seconds for it to like give me my options. And we're back. And we're back. And we got a little Scooby here. Come here, Scoobers. What are you doing, baby boy? Look at this little man. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. You got some eye boogies. I gotta get their eye boogies. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Can I get your eye boogie? Oh, I got it. Oh, I got it. Good man. Hi, baby. Oh, thank you, buddy. Oh, thank you, buddy. I love you, bud. I love you too, Herman, bud. In your little Herman cave. Okay, baby. You wanna come up? You wanna come up? No? You don't wanna come up? It's okay. It's okay. Oh, get these scratches. Come on. No? Are you sure you don't wanna come up? Are you sure you don't wanna? Alright, we're gonna get back into it in a second. Kinda just like killing time right now. Which I kind of figured that, you know, it's funny because I figured that I would just blaze through these colors, which I kind of did, but also earlier today I wasn't expecting to have to make so many fixes and changes, you know. Again, I don't know if this is exactly like if this was a show and this was on top, I would say this would be a first pass. I don't know. It's almost there, I think. But I would probably want to play with the hat some more, especially in that 3/4. I don't think I changed it properly enough to match the rest of it. You know, I would add more detail to his shoe. I might, you know, I think that I kind of want to do this as a little project for Nomad Sculpt on the iPad, so I can teach myself how to make, you know, I'm kind of, I don't know why it takes me so long to learn things, but once I get it, right? I eventually do get it. I just really just need to spend time with stuff and just mess around with it as much as possible, because I do tutorials, but a lot of tutorials don't really stick, right? I have to kind of be in that moment of doing this stuff, so it's like I'm doing web design, you know. Um, the tutorials help me as I'm doing it, right? But if I were just to do a tutorial just to learn it, I wouldn't retain it as much. So I don't know. I used to be pretty good about teaching myself these types of programs. I used to buy books, right? The books were kind of easy because I can jump around, and I'm trying to do that, and I should do that with the tutorials. Just kind of skip around, to kind of get it to do what I need it to do at that moment, and then start piecing together these little bits of knowledge, right? Kind of like how I learned how to DJ, is I was in my room by myself, and I learned, you know, sometimes I'd read some stuff out of books. Um, there wasn't like YouTube was hardly a thing at the time, so it's not like there were tons of like tips and tricks and stuff. So, excuse me. What I used to do is drinking, is I would take one song and I would take another song and I would learn how to mix that, right? I would get that down, and then I would take another song and I would learn how to mix them, and so on, until I had enough that I could just start stringing them together. Then I would take this blend, right, the second song off of this blend, and mix it with the first song of this other blend, and then chain together. It created a mix, you know. Not that I'm great at it by any means, but you know, I have been able to get it together enough to where I can, you know, sit there and DJ for a couple hours at a time. Come on, baby, you just went outside. You were just out there. All right, thank you, buddy. My Scoobs, the little baby Spanky boy. All right, so right now what we're gonna do is we're gonna color um, lines. I'm gonna kick the playlist back on. I'm not listening to it right now. Alright. The playlist should be pinned in the chat, and the track number is 23, Feeling by Fatback Band, which I just finished. Actually, Don't Wait Another Night by Change. It just switched over, so that's what we're at. And so with this line color, I want to start, okay, for sure I know I want to do the teeth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into that line color. I kind of want, that might be too light, we'll see. That's not too bad. I kind of want this reddish hue to the teeth. Just a slight. Or tint, I don't know, man. I'm bad with fucking terminology. But, you know, I give it like a little hint of like, maybe like a purple, pink, kind of red to it. If you want to not do, if you're working on a separate layer, right? Because right here, as you see, I have my line color masked onto my line. It's a clipping mask. So with that, you know, I'm kind of at less danger of like, the reason why you don't want to do flats, or do you want to do, yeah, I'll show you really quick. The reason you don't want to do stuff like that, like say, okay, we got a black line, right? Let me turn this up, right? And then let's say we got this other line, right? Now where it intersects here, those pixels, those colors have blended, right? So, if I want to like, oh, I don't like that color, I want to tweak it. You know, I could adjust the tolerance, but see, it would do shit like that, right? And then I want to color this line. You know, oh no, now you got these extra pixels in the middle, right? Which is typically why I just use this instead, right? Oh my goodness. Right? And then this. So it's like, oh, if I want to color that, change the color of this, it doesn't create this nasty mess over here with the pixels, right? It doesn't create this nasty mess here. So that's why why you like to use the pencil tool. But you might want to use a brush in these types of cases, like say, and if it's on its own layer, it's fine because I can just sit there and I can lock that layer. I don't like that color, fine. You know, I could do that, right? So you can use a brush here, right? And it kind of softens up that look between the two, right? Kind of gives it a less of a chunky look. So if you zoom out, it's a little cleaner, right? You know, it's just you don't want to use that if, like, say I wanted to make the lips a certain color. Then it's tricky because it's like, then I won't be able to change the colors because they will overlap. But if no colors are overlapping, it's safe to use. You know, the other option, if you want to do that too, you can add like a second line color and you can go underneath it. Alright, so let's call this one line color 2, and then if I wanted to color the lips without affecting those, you just go underneath it, bang, right? That's also a possibility. Maybe I will do that. I don't know, maybe I will give it this color here, right? You know, if you want to do 2 colors, I can stack 2 colors. In the end, it's all going to be flattened, right? It's all going to turn into like a, if this was like a game, you know, I would turn it into a PNG, right? And if this was going to be for like animation, of course you want to spell out to all your people down the line that this is the technique that I'm using. And see here, if I wanted to color, if I wanted to make that softer and not color the nose line, you know. So I might stick with this actually. And so if I do that, then here's a thing that I could do also, is I can go here and with my lasso, just select this whole area, right? Ooh. clean it up. Clean it up, Garibaldi. Right. So, you know, you could do this, right? And then so you get kind of that softer edge on it, right? And then you go to the one on top of it, and then we grab these guys, right? And actually, I would do that to the next one. Actually, let me do what I just did to the front, to the profile. And see, now this one will be a little bit different because what I would do here is I don't want to hit that outer outline. For this, I mean, you might want to for your thing. That's fine. But I don't want to do it here. I kind of want to... I don't know where I want to favor that quite yet. But let's just say... You know, I want that front tooth to be a black outline. Maybe, I don't know. Make it look like the lip kind of comes in and then it kind of, you know, that might work too. You know, but this is something trickier too if you're trying to pass this down the line. Like, you know, where do they decide like the best point to end on that is, you know? That might just be left up to their discretion, right? Same with this upper lip, right? Maybe it kind of does, maybe it kind of starts to blend together here and it kind of spawns off of that. You know? Or, you know, we can probably start it around the first tooth. That might be a little too obvious, too on the nose. You might want to give it a little bit more. Anyways, so, oh, that was the wrong layer. It's easy fix. Watch. And that's what the color looks like outside of the mask, right? And then come back here, and then put it back as a clipping mask, and it goes back, right? So, anyways, so if you want to have like a softer line for your color, I would suggest doing it on separate layers. That way, colors can be swapped out as needed, right? Like this is almost negligible until like the difference of what the two, you know, the teeth line and the color line or the lip line are almost indistinguishable, right? Oops. Oh man, Jimmy Ross' First True Love Affair. That's a joint. I listen to that shit over and over. It's the current track on the Boog's iPod playlist. So I don't know, man. I'm happy I made this decision. Although there are times when I'm like, man, I feel like I just don't have the juice to stream and to do it, you know. And sometimes at the end of the stream, I'm also like beat, but I'm gonna select that. Yeah. Yep. And so, you know, but all in all, especially like right now, and this kind of happened yesterday during certain points too, where it's just like, man, this is the best decision I've made in recent times, right? Because it's got like a dual purpose of kind of fueling some creativity by working on my own ideas, but also trying to get that like that work ethic back on track and functioning, right? And making sure that this stuff gets done, you know. I mean, it's easier for me to get stuff done for other people because it's like, okay, I'm under the gun for them. They, you know, typically they have a deadline, so of course. Uh-oh. See, I fucked up. It's okay, we're not gonna worry about it too much. I think the teeth color worked. You know, I know I was saying like I kind of wanted more. I don't know. You know what? No, fuck it. Let's fix it properly. Let's make this proper. So what I got to do here now is this. All right. So I'm gonna take that and delete it, or I'm gonna actually make it this color, right? Current. All right. And then I'm gonna come back into this layer, turn it back on, grab the proper color, and I can just make my fixes as I need to. Right, but at least it's on the correct layer. Right. Speaking of like this, so I don't know. I don't know. I hope you got good plans for the weekend. I actually don't have plans because this weekend just snuck up on me. Mostly what I've been thinking of is this stuff. So I haven't really given much thought to the weekend. Although, I don't know, man. I'm kind of guessing at the end of this I might take a nap and then get back up and finish these blog posts and portfolio formatting. Right? Cool. So we got the mouth, got the teeth. I want to get these little guys on the side. I wonder if I just use the same color. No. But here's the thing, right? I used the pencil on that. So I could do... Like I don't want them to stand out too much, which is why I don't want them to be completely black. Alright. Uh-oh, we got a dirty smudge here too. I don't know what that was. Let's see. Alright. Cool. I think I want to make the ears... Well, here's the other thing. Oh, see. Colors need to work for in the shadows too. Yeah, it needs to be a little bit more saturated, I think, to maybe this should that's too much. But the thing is, like, now this could get lost in the in that same shadow, so I should really make it something like this. Right? So if the shadow were to pass over that line, like if I were to bring this into here, right? Like say, you know what I mean? It doesn't get lost. Whereas before, you know, the color that I had before, it would have just looked weird. So, you know, as much as I wish it was a little bit lighter, I think this works. You know, I got to think the same for everything all across the board. It's like it's got to work in shadow. Otherwise, I'd have to make another color for the shadow, or you'd have to split the like if the shadow splits the line, and so you're gonna have one color for one side, one color for the other side. It's a bit much, so I kind of try to keep it, you know, something that'll work on both. Unless, you know, the other thing that can be done, and this is another way to work, is to use the shadow as an overlay, you know, put it above the line even, right? So, you know, it would be on top of the line, and it would alter the... I'm trying to find an example of it here. Well, here, let's just, you know, right here. Let me grab this one. Right, so let's do this. And then here, right? See how the shadow is it's hard to... Oh, you can tell up there on that screen, on my second screen, I could tell. But right here, it's darker than there. But if I keep the shadow where I had it before, in the color section, then, you know, unless I were to multiply that line, which is another option, but I don't think it's a best option because things can show through. But if I were to multiply that, you'd see that shadow in there as well. But I don't know if that's... Because the thing is, like, it's going to fuck shit up, like, around here. If this was a lighter color, like, if I were to do this here. Watch this. See how you can see the underneath, um, the flat from underneath, the flat color. So if I make this any lighter, it shows even worse, right? So that's why I don't want to keep that as multiply. I want to keep it as the line as normal. So when I do that, this will be solid as well, right? But it also provides its own sets of challenges. Like it doesn't work with, or you want to kind of spend the time to get something that works so it shows, right? And similar to the, it's not too far off from the skin color, right? Let's see. So we got his face. I'll do this here as well. Now, what I used to do a lot more in my work, and I don't do as much. I kind of start to keep like my lines more on the darker side, but I used to do lighter ones. So I would do something like, you know, uh, something like that. But I don't know. Sometimes I want to kind of. It can be distracting at times. I think it can be distracting at points, depending on the character and depending on the style of what's being produced. But I kind of let's move on to the hat. I want to find something that works in the shadow as well. Here, this is perfect too. Like if you could see it, great in both. That's not a terrible. I might actually start with this and then from here, um, tweak the colors that I have if I have to. But start here and then once I could zoom out. So I'm trying to get pretty much all the inside of the hat. Cool, 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 cool. And then next week, we're going to move on to Gabby's gears. And I'm wondering if I'm going to work on Gabby, since I have most of her turn done. Or Rosa. Maybe I could do... Maybe I can challenge myself and do a twofer, get both of them done. Although, once it comes to line art and clean, it'll be tough. Because Wednesday I might be able to get through the rough turns on them since a lot of it's already there. But doing the cleanup the next day on both characters might be a bit much. Yeah, see, I don't know now. Like, I don't know if this color is working quite yet. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm going to change that color too. It's not working exactly, but I'll figure it out. And same with this here. I'm going to treat it the way I did that profile. I want the outside line to be bold and dark. So I don't want to break that. I did the same thing, I think, on the last character. But I think some stuff I'd probably do, maybe an outline that was colored and stayed on the outside instead of on the inside. And I think, well, this guy's got knives. He's got kitchen knives, he's got butcher knives. I think he's got an axe too, though. I think this is the type of guy, I think he does cut some food up with, prep food with an axe. And then I know it's asymmetrical too, but I think it's fine for the profile if, like, the other side was basically the same way, right? Although he would need a back 3/4 as well. But let's stick with this. Holy guacamole! Where's my coffee? Holy guacamole! Give me coffee. So. All right. So basically got the face. I want to get the underside of his hands in some spots. All right. So maybe here and here, I think. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the rest of my day though. I mean, if I have the energy, I guess I gotta do my blog. Maybe I'll work on some pages. But I kind of want to watch a movie too, so I think that's what I might do with the rest of my days. Like I might just open up my pages. I'm behind on my pages as usual. Nothing new, but I'm hoping maybe I can get the next story done in about a week or so and get it posted on the blog. You know what? I think I'm gonna make this call to like. I think it kind of works better without, to be honest. He's a little more soulless, right? He's a little bit more. He strikes me as a little more. I don't know if I want to do this. Yeah, maybe it does need that. I think. I think what he could use is this. Let's see. Uh-uh. And then maybe I'll do this here, right? Yeah, this is better. Yeah, this is better. I mean, I think there's times that he will be kind of lit like that, where you would see the shadow in that manner, but I think this sells the character a bit more. And I think this here, too, needs to change. I wouldn't mind doing a game stream one of these days, too. But it's just more for fun, right? I think, yeah. I think maybe what this needs instead is just a little drop shadow here. And then... Also, though, I feel like this should follow the contour of his shape, so... Because his lips don't really come out like that. Something like that. Right? Okay, okay. So we're coloring the lines. Fix the shadow. Hmm. Okay. Something like this. Yeah, dude, we're getting this done and we're gonna have like an hour left to spare, it looks like. So yeah, I guess what I'm gonna do is I'll do some kind of just some concept sketches, or do I want to spend the next hour working on it for my portfolio? I don't know. I'm gonna take a break and then I'm gonna find out what I want to do. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna take like a, I don't know. I'm gonna take a small break. 'Cause I gotta run out really quick, but it shouldn't take me too long. And I still want to fix the. I want to fix the hat line. I want to kill some of the saturation. Just a little touch. Hmm. Yeah. 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 All right. So let's see what he looks like with a quick little backdrop. If I can find where I put that. Wait. So this is where we're at. So I'm gonna leave a little. Be right back. I'll leave you with the puppy cam. There you go. Kill this. Actually, you know what? I know what I'm gonna do. I'll do this instead. back, and we're back, and we're back. Had a little break. Had to pick up some stuff really quick. A little energy for the rest of the day. God, my throat's suddenly all dry. Just out of nowhere. Alright, I'm gonna put my stuff away really quick. I'll be right back. Stay there, my boys. Hey, Scoober. Hey, Scoober. Of course, Herman wants to play. Of course, Herman wants to play. He always wants to play. Playboy Hermie. What is happening, man? Okay. So what was I gonna do? Alright, so I think what I wanted to do is kind of guide you what I'm trying to do with my portfolio here. So I opened up, this is, here's like an example of one of my portfolios. I don't know how I want to design this one quite yet. Excuse me. And I don't think it should be as light and fluffy as these layouts are. Alright, we're gonna power through, gonna power through. I should go for some chicken wings. Since I don't have a look for this quite yet, for Menu Massacre, I might actually just kind of, maybe I'll go with what I had going on here with the color, right? Maybe I'll just use this, but I got it locked. No. Nope. See, there we go. Unlock it. I think I'm gonna use this. Here, let me give me a second. I need to block my screen for a second. Because I need to save this as so I don't need to give you guys insight into my file system here. It's okay. And you don't need access to all my folders and what have you. 523. All right. So this is just the basic template that I started with. Although things have changed because I've used make sure. Nope. Oh no. There we go. I'll take that off the screen. Well, I got a couple other ones that are in progress too. Maybe I'll try to spend the rest of my day like finishing these new portfolio pieces, because there's even these characters, right, that aren't done yet. It says Ice Cream Kitty design from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the 2012 Nickelodeon series, created by Ciro and I think maybe Brandon. I think Brandon might have been a writer, or might have been Hastings. I forgot who else was writing when this was done, but um, Sheldon was the storyboard artist, and he kind of had not this look exactly, but it's kind of similar to that. And I did different takes on it as well, on her design, right? You can see this. Well, this will be up on my portfolio. There's another version actually up on my portfolio. Um, it's the OG. Here we go. Right, so you can kind of see a little bit more. Is it? I wonder if I could open. Yeah, I'll just open the image in a new tab so I can actually zoom in on it. Alright. Still not kind of. Let's see this. Okay. It's getting on screen. So, this is what's up on my portfolio as far as Ice Cream Kitty goes. Right. And so I'm just taking these, I don't know. I kind of wanted to make them a little extra. Maybe it'll catch some people's eyes rather than just this plain, I mean, I think it works well enough. I got all my information in there and such, and it has the logo and stuff on it, but I'm taking the logos out. I'm kind of want to keep it a little bit more plain. Just, the other thing is though is I'm kind of hoping it doesn't take away too much from the actual design, but Gundy and Paolo, I'm going to do in the same way, but I think I'm also going to make a separate, maybe it'll be on the blog on my portfolio side, something that's a little bit clearer like this, right? Just a little bit more plain. So I wanted to take, excuse me, I'm burping. So I'll keep this in the backing, right? And then we're gonna take our turn. Let's see. Uh-oh. Give me a second. So we're gonna copy this over to the portfolio page, and anyways, so I'm gonna take this guy and I want to sort him on the page like I would sort these guys out, So I think to start off with, I think we can just kind of flatten this image, to be honest. Maybe I'll do a copy of it just to keep one on hand, and then, but oh, this is the wrong backing actually. Because the actual backing is, this is the, oh dude, right? The actual backing is to divide it on one side or the other. Come on, guys. Come in, Spanky. Let's go. Come on, baby boy. Good job. Good job. You want to come up on my lap? You want to sit on my lap? No? Uh-oh. Spanky's the gator trap. Dude, he's not having it, buddy. You gotta stop doing that, bub. You gotta stop bouncing your ball because it's hitting other people, dude. You know that. Okay, you gotta catch it. Catch. Oh, you didn't. Alright. Alright, it's okay. You guys play. I gotta get back to work. Alright. Did I just fuck up that background though? Like. Let's see what we got here. Okay, I want to. There we go. I want to do something like that. Just shrink it. Oh yeah, definitely shrink it. Jeez. Shrink it and crop it. I'll handle that soon. I just want to. So, since I have this copy, what I want to do is I want to separate all the views, right? I might include some of the black and white in this too, some of the line art. Because I kind of want to include the turn along with, you know, maybe stronger views of like at least a 3/4, right? I might throw in some of the concept art as well. Back, profile, front, 3/4. Good, good, good. Okay. Now, I'm kind of wondering how I want to do this. Like, do I want to take these two guys, move them down here? You know, would that be enough to show the turn, right? Actually, I need to, one more thing I want to, nope. I'm going to make these into smart objects so I can resize them as I need them and not worry about losing the fidelity of the art. But I might do something like this. I think what I might do here is I might actually do something like this. Maybe make this a little smaller, right? Maybe this one. I might make that 3/4. I'm gonna keep a copy of that just to like make this one just a little bit bigger, right? And then I think what else I'll include it. What I'll also include is maybe actually I might flip that profile. There we go. So the things on the left are facing right. Things on the right are, if they're not well, they're facing forward or back, but at least they're not facing away from the page. You know. Maybe this profile can come back a bit. And I do want to include some of the sketches and stuff, so I might have to. Okay, I'm gonna dig into some of the roughs. Let's see what this is over here. Just a couple sketches, I think, to kind of show like, oh yeah, this is kind of how the construction of this character, you know, came to be. Might have, yeah, actually, I do want to include that rough, color rough. I think I'm gonna throw that in here somewhere, maybe next to his name or something, and then maybe another sketch, and then kind of keep it at that. But so I want to do you know, I don't know if I want to use that. If I use that, I might just use the color one. All right, I'm gonna close this. Close that. Close that. Shit, whatever. Too late. Okay, so I'm gonna. Let's see. Oof. Okay. There we go. I can convert this guy into a smart object as well. Delete it. Right. Make the whole thing multiply too. Shit. Oh, whatever. Probably would have been better if I flattened it before I made him a smart object, huh? Actually, you know what I could do is this. Here's a trick. Right. And then convert that to a smart object. And that way he's got some kind of backing. But I did want to put that turn in here too, right? Let me see. I did want to put that. Let's do something really quick. Let's do this again. See, he looks good against this little like peach color, right? Like, I guess this would probably be neutral daytime. And I'll keep this for the rest of the characters as well. But since we altered the black and white line since last time, I gotta make a new version of the black and white line. And to do that, I'm gonna delete all this crap. Delete the line color. And we'll delete that. If I turn that on, I'm gonna delete that. Alright. Kind of want to grab this and make that the flat. Right? Sorry, I'm scratching my armpit. Apologies. Alright. So we're gonna just call this one line art. And can change that color to yellow, and we're essentially replacing the previous line art, you know, BY line, BW line, not BY line, black and white line. That's what it stands for. And so I want to pop this over into here, and I was kind of thinking I could do, you know, I might shrink the, let's see, I think the most amount of space I can get out of this guy is, man, where's that other, let's see, let's actually convert that to smart object as well. Alright. Alright. Checking in on the Herm Dog Millionaire. Did it rotate accidentally? Didn't mean to. Okay. I think this should be good. We can bring it down here. I can fuck with the rest of the background color too in a minute. But like, I kind of want to make it similar to the vibe of what the idea is. Herman, what you doing, buddy? Come on. Not right now, bub. Come on, up on the bed, Bubba. Here, I'll give you some water. I'll give you some more water, buddy. Hurry up. Speaking of water, I should have some myself. What are you crying about, Bubba? What's the matter, baby? What? Oh my goodness. You got boogies? Let me see. go. There we go. There we go. How are you doing, Spanky baby? Okay, so I'm gonna have to make. Okay, we're gonna take this out as well, and let me see. Ooh. That's not too bad right there. Hmm. Give him a little bit of space up there. And then maybe front and back can come out this way a little bit. And I think this can, right? And man, actually I gotta open up one of those other joints again because I fixed this QR code. Maybe this one. I fixed this QR code. Oh no, this ain't fixed either. Damn it. You can see like this little bit of pixelation. Actually, it might be in. There's like a couple pixels that hang outside of it. And I could see it every freaking time. All right, so I'm gonna grab some of this stuff actually, um, because the template's a little old. Right, we can close this too. Or I don't know, because I'm also wondering if this can be used as like a design element, right? Right. But I can close this now. Like I can do, if I wanted to do something here, I could do something like this. Move it all the way back. Right. Just to kind of give the background a little bit of character. This is unimportant. It doesn't matter. You could really read what's happening there. It's just more for background decoration. I don't know if I can give it like maybe something like that. Drop the opacity. And I think this I can kind of keep a little. Like I kind of want to make it small and have it next to his name, right? Or next to maybe the information, right? Nope. And I'm almost wondering if he can use a filter as well, like. It's kind of cool. I wonder if there'd be enough room. Let me see. Still pretty small, right? Because I'm like, I can do that here. But he still comes off as too small, right? I mean, it looks kind of cool, design-wise. Maybe I can have them kind of extend a little bit outside of this area. Oh, shoot. This is another reason why that's what I do for my portfolio too, right? Just obsess over every little thing. I wonder if I can make them overlap like that. Right? Would that be okay? Does that create like some kind of design? Because I'm thinking if I can do that, you know, these two should be pretty much like, something like that. Okay. Is that cool? Do you think that works? I don't know. I don't know. Cause I mean, okay. The other thing we gotta do too is, might as well get it out of the way now too. Just crop this. Right. I'm gonna save this as no. Hold up. Hold up. Don't need you guys seeing my. All right. I'll say this is number 2. Okay. All right. So, with the. Okay, I need to grab this QR code. Let's grab the whole thing. Copy it. Where's this QR? I got it. That's what I want. Okay. Get rid of that. Yup. Yup. What time is it now? 2:30. Alright. We're making actually some pretty good progress on this, not gonna lie. I want to put his name up here. So maybe like the title and the title and the copy. Okay, this can come up here. Right? And then I might put this guy. So, I can put him here, and then this stuff I can do something really quick. This okay. You could put it over here, right? Maybe even the QR over there, and then I can fill this with something else. Maybe another sketch in this little corner here, right? So this right here. But it's happening, and I gotta do Paulo's next. And actually, while we have the room, I might as well just like increase that as well. Just give him a little bit more room. And it's just like, okay, there's a front, back, profile, and then there's like a more bird's eye view of the churn. But it's all just black and white art, right? Spanky, what's up, Bubba? Oh, yeah. Or the other thing that can be done here is like, okay, I could put this guy up here, right? I mean, make him just a little bit bigger. And okay, this down. Where's that QR? Buddy! Buddies, what's the matter? Holy moly! Holy moly, my buds! We're almost done, man. We got like a half hour left, okay? Just a little half hour, okay? Okay, buddy? Yeah? Yeah? Look, we've almost got another portfolio piece. Let me... Okay. Okay. For each of these, I kind of switch around, like, you know... Okay, let me see. Shit. I might move it to this side then. But even then, man, we're cutting it close. Like, it's almost overlapping on that QR. You know, and I'd have to find something. Maybe I can put his name down here. Nah. I'll figure it out. Actually, and the other thing I do want to throw on this too, since it is going into my portfolio, I want to drop a quick copyright on it. Right. So yeah, I want to drop a quick copyright on it too, because this is my own character. So, um, you know, obviously I'm not putting it on the other stuff, even though, you know, um, people can't just take my portfolio design either, because I did, you know, there's still a certain amount of copyright to that, and that nobody can reprint that. But, um, you know, obviously this isn't, you know, the other stuff isn't my intellectual property. Um, I want to leave it at a good stopping point for the end of the stream, but as always, I'll probably go back into it. This part I probably wouldn't record anymore either, just because it's like, okay, it's just a portfolio. Um, let's see. Okay. I wonder if this is something that could work. Like, mm, you know, I can move the QR up here. We can move this guy down. Just as long as it's not in a, like a nasty tangent. Although I'm kind of thinking of doing something a little bit more. Well, you can't see it because I'm not in the zone. I might bisect this a little bit. Maybe add like some kind of tears or something. I'll figure that out. You know, I might go with a different color scheme as well. Uh, let's see, backdrop. I almost sounded like Dave Chappelle's version of Samuel L. Jackson. Did you see my movie? Fucking shark ate me. I almost kind of slipped into that kind of weird cadence. But check this out too. We got a little bit more room with these guys. I should group these. There we go. Front, profile, back. I almost feel like we can make these just a touch. We can get a little bit more real estate out of these guys. Kind of justify them being there, right? Same with this guy. Just Chef Lincoln Gundy. So I'd say, for the title, right? Or it should just be Chef Gundy. I'm just gonna keep it light. And people call him Gundy. And this could be a different font. I use Adobe fonts. Creative Cloud fonts. It's just because it'll just be easier in terms of any type of licensing and the like. Kind of like that. But I forgot soap. I gotta get more fonts. I keep forgetting that. Every time I do this, I'm like, man, I gotta get more fonts. And then I just never do. But if I wasn't streaming right now, this would be the perfect time to do that. No. I think I'm gonna go back to soap. Although, again, it's got the lowercase e in it, which I'm not too crazy about. But, maybe if I find another font, I'll update it later. But I just want to leave this stream on, hey, this is how I'm putting together my portfolio. This is like the kind of the purpose of it all, of why I'm doing this stream. And so, what happened to this dude's... Oh, dude has a filter on. See what else we can get out of that. I do like overlay. Maybe that, maybe hard light. Or linear light. I feel like it just needs to take a step back a little bit, and that might actually work. Hard light, yeah. I'll stick with hard light for the time being. And, this can even be a little bit bigger as well. Right. So, like, here what I can do instead, I can make use of that. Oh, no. No. Oh, there's no bold. Okay. Shit, that would be kind of dope. Bold. But, I can do this. Right. Chef Gundy. I was thinking about putting the Menu Massacre logo on here as well. But I think I want to... Since I didn't put logos on the rest of the designs this go around with my portfolio, I figure I'll honor this one the same way, right? I mean, the other thing I can do too is like, I can take this, right? And then, take this and even move it down some more, right? Just to kind of take up some of that space at the bottom. And then again, we can increase. I can lower. I can bring them in a bit more, but I can, and I wouldn't even be mad if his. Let's see. Put that there, like against the QR. Actually, I know what I could do here. I could put the project name up here, right? So we could do um, instead of shoot. Where are we at? Okay, we got 15 minutes left. But I think I'm gonna hit a pretty decent stopping point. But what other font can I use for that? You guys chill, okay? I'm gonna go with this because this is about the project, and I'm not, although I'm kind of getting playful with all the fonts. Um, Boys, come on, man. We're almost there. We got 15 minutes. Oh man, this is the cut. This is track number. Come on, Herman. Come on, Spanky. Up. It's Kenny Lynch's Half the Day's Done, and we haven't earned a penny. Or whatever. I don't know. I don't have the full title right here, but it's track number 35 on the playlist that's pinned in the contents. Come on, Herman. Come back up, man. Stay up here. Thank you, buddy. So we can do character design in turn. I'm gonna put, instead of art directed by, I'm gonna put created by, and I'll put my name there too, so they just are aware. And then I'm just gonna put my own company, Mesotopia. Mesotopia LLC. 2025. Right. So that's what I'm gonna use for that. It's coming together, right? Something there. And then, I want to play with the font colors. Maybe throw in something else, like another design element behind it. But let's do this. I want to line these up really quick. And that menu masker is up there mostly to also use that space. Let me, shoot. I want to do something really quick. Alright. And then, I still kind of scooted it up a little bit. This is a weird remix of it though, or like a different version of it. Okay, what did I do? Oh, I moved the thing. I can even shrink this again too, just so it doesn't interfere too much with the lettering. Right? But the thing is, like, I was thinking of doing, let's see, let's use a brush. It's probably gonna go all slow. Despite the thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars I've pumped into this computer. Something's gotta act up. Alright. So maybe something like this, right? Oh shoot. I need to create a new layer, which I should have done. Okay. Something like that, right? Come on, you can rotate, buddy. Come on, buddy. You can. Oh, it won't move because it's too small. Alright. 10 minutes left. Okay. I'll probably, I'll likely keep this going for a little bit more. I don't know when I'm going to post it to my portfolio. Probably the sooner the better. But I also want to work up a blog post. So, it's going to be a bit of both, and it's gonna maybe be a bit of juggling as well, right? Maybe cut this up because it's, there we go. Kind of give it a little bit of gruff, and then I want maybe something similar to what's on the bottom there, but not quite. Maybe something like that, right? Let's see if I can do anything fun. No, no, no. You know, I'm gonna leave it as is for the time being. It's cleaner. Um, and so what I would do with this text, I mean, you can change the color of the text here, right? You know, over. Dang, I don't even know what you can see. No, you can't even see it. All right. Um, with the little character tool, here, I'll show you. Right over here, right, is where you typically change the color of the text, right? But another trick is to just put a clipping mask over it, you know, if you just want to not have to fuss with that thing, right, the little sliders and such, and just, okay, wait, let me do a new layer, sorry. Just put a clipping mask on it, you know, and then you can adjust, you know. Oh, I also have, do I have it here? Where's my overlay? I don't think I have my overlay. Let me get my overlay real quick. Should be here. Where is my overlay? Um, Let me grab it real quick. With the few minutes that we have left. I have an overlay that just kind of breaks things down to like black and white, or to you know, gray tones that I just like to turn on and off. I know there's other tricks you can use over here, but I don't. It's not ingrained in my own workflow. So this kind of just works for me. Uh, you know, there's all types of tricks that can be used. Let me grab one of my pages, and you could see what I'm talking about. Right. This is online. This is on the blog. If you go to klupak.com, um, you'll see it's like on the front page right now. It's one of the posts, and if not, then um, check out the Hello Friend section, and it'll be in there as well. So let me see. Duplicate group to Chef Gundy. There we go. Right, and so it's a nice little, just like I turn it on, I toggle it on and off just to make sure that it's still readable. If somebody were to print it out on their home printer or something on a black and white thing, that they can still get the relevant information out of it. Like, okay, here for one right here, the text, you know, it doesn't really stand out, you know, so I'd have to do something like, you know, right, kind of want to stay somewhere in this range if we want it to pop, you know, but it's very light here. What I would do is, I'm kind of like wondering if I can play with some kind of time is it? You know, I wonder what it would do if I did something like this. And then this backing, I can, you know, I can change the color of this. Right. So I do a lot of back and forth. I kind of jump in and out, right? But now that name really pops, right? You know, I don't know if I want to go with that color exactly either. Kind of something like, you know, I was almost wondering if I should go like, maybe that should be white and this should be like red, right? Like, because I mean, this is about horror, anyways. It's like the, you know, but I mean, this doesn't work unless like now if we do this, then I'm gonna have to drop. You know, I want to play around with making that background like darker, right? Let's see. See, that pops a lot better, you know. I kind of like that right there. That competes a little too much with the background. But putting on multiply is not too bad, right? And then, you know, I can make it even darker if I want to. I can just adjust this, you know, maybe make it a little darker, a little more desaturated. And I can kind of tweak the tone too, the hue. Right? And I kind of think that it makes the design read a little bit better. I'm digging it, you know. And it also, there's something about it that says video games to me as well. So, again, if this was a game, he kind of fits in that type of mold, right? But he is not our heroic protagonist. No, 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 not Chef Gundy. Chef Gundy is not a good man. I wonder if I like the red better before. I like the red better before. But let's see how it stands out with the overlay. It stands out, actually. The red kind of recedes, but that's fine. You know. Um, Again, like I said, I'm likely gonna tweak it a little bit more. Play with the QR code because I tend to you know, actually you know, would be kind of cool here. Let me see. What if that was like? See what happens if we do that. No, I was like, what if it's kind of like a moon, but or I might not have it at all, right? I might just leave that QR code as is, or I can play with the layer style, right? I can make it like what if I did something like that? You know, something a little light. Ooh, wow, I was doing some stuff, right? You know, I'd probably just drop the opacity just to something small, you know, something like that. Um, yeah, but this does kind of give it more of a video game look, right? I'm gonna give him, and then I'm actually, you know what? I'm just gonna copy and paste that for the thumbnail for this video, right? So I'm gonna add a drop shadow on him. I'm going to kind of bring it in a little bit. And you can't see it, I'm sorry. I gotta get better at that, man. I want to stick with blue, maybe even almost like purple. And go, yep, 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 okay. I'm into it. But I don't think I'm gonna give it for this middle turn or this other turn as well. And I also want to mess with this as well. Well, I gotta fix. I also gotta fix the font. Or something like that. I'll start with that for now. Oh shoot. Anyways, you know, we're kind of at a stopping point. Um, Actually, let me at least do something here and make this color, right? But, you know, I would use a different font as well. Oh, this would be kind of cool if it was like, right? If that was maybe bold. Right. Okay. Thank you for joining the stream. Pretty much, got a little bit of extra in here, and I got pretty far in it. I wasn't expecting to make it like to this point, so I'm kind of excited to throw it up on the website. Uh, I also want to, I got to split up graphics and stuff like that, and type up the blogs and all the fun stuff. So, thanks for joining me, and I hope you have a great weekend. I hope your Friday's awesome, and um, I'll see you next Wednesday at 11 a.m. right here, wherever here is, YouTube, Twitch, and excuse me, cluepack.com, where you'll get to see JPEGs and PNGs and high